And what's good, everybody? Welcome in here once again to Behind the Arc Basketball tonight with one big night on store in today for the NBA draft going down here, as I'll be covering my live draft reactions going on throughout the 2021 NBA draft. And man, this draft class is just absolutely stacked. And we get some big bombshells already dropping before this draft even has begun right now, as we had that update with the LA Lakers with a trade. Russell Westbrook for Washington going over to LA, as that is nearing its deal. Not finalized just yet, but the Lakers looking to acquire Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to go to Washington as part of that trade. Wow. Got already quite some stuff going down here as we welcome you guys on draft night on board. What's good? Jose, Millie, Goody, Lucas, Paul, Jeremy. Glad to have you guys in the stream. Jeremy's pumped up here for the Motor City, picking Cade Cunningham, as we're going to have the live drafts going down here today. I got the whole draft board, and I've got it through 1 through 20, and then we'll put it on a scroll. Once we get past 20, we'll have a vertical scroll that we'll do on the draft board. What's good? Flores, Malika, Eugene, PB Baller, Vegas, D-Block, what's good, man? Kevin, what's good here, bud? Crazy already. Russell Westbrook going to the Lakers. And the 2021 NBA draft starts now. The Detroit Pistons on the clock, number 1 pick. No shocker, as we'll see who it will be in just a couple minutes from now. But the future starts now here. It is bright. This draft class, it is absolutely stacked, as I got to watch these players play college basketball quite a bit this season for a lot of these players. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. One incredible night. And we'll keep on giving you the rundown throughout tonight. What's good? Cade in the stream, welcome in. Ian, welcome in here. I think Jalen Suggs is going to be really good. I think out of everybody here in this draft class, I think Jalen Suggs is one of the top players. Is he's going to be one of the top to come in and be ready to play. We'll see if he does go to Toronto tonight. That's where he's projected. I thought Jonathan Kuminga would go at number 5, but for what I've been hearing, I've heard that he hasn't really impressed that much in the draft workouts. So he might be dropping. And also I heard Keon Johnson too. I had him at 14 to go to Golden State. But he might drop out of the lottery potentially. What's good? Giddey in the stream, welcome in. Yeah, Russ going over to play with LeBron now for LA. Wow, that's awesome. Representing Laos. Congrats to Laos there. That's incredible, Vegas. Sanissa Lee winning a gold medal for Laos yesterday. What's good, Bradley? Welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, that was so sad. It's unfortunate. Daniel on the stream, welcome in. Right now, Milwaukee is the number 31 pick. So they have the first pick of the second round for the Bucks. Ethan, what's good here, man? Yeah, it's an incredible night. Everything that these players have worked for so hard in their life, and to get the opportunity to have their name called, it's an incredible experience. Yeah, Kevin rooting here for Justin Champagnie, hopefully to get drafted. What's good? Jose in the stream, welcome in. Awesome, man. At Panda Express right now, looks like. Yeah, it's awesome. Must be, for these players just to get drafted, that's such a good feeling. So, Cade Cunningham, he's been like the number one throughout the course of the year for college basketball. And it was even, Woj had wrote an article before, and he said that the Pistons are going to select Cade Cunningham at number one. And then after that, it's been basically a battle between number two, Jalen Green or Evan Mobley. It's been trending towards Jalen Green to go to Houston. And then that would send Mobley to the Cavs at 3, and then Jalen Suggs at number 4. And then after that, it's a gap between other players. Or so. I'd be shocked if Scottie Barnes goes all the way up to number 4. I think Scottie Barnes, potentially, he could go 5. I predicted him at 6. I had Kuminga originally at 5 in my mock draft. And then I've heard lately Kuminga's fallen. And then I've seen quite a bit of mock drafts having James Bouknight all the way up to 6. What's good, Tom on the stream? Welcome in. Ant, welcome in here. Wow, yeah, that would be shocking if Kai Jones does fall all the way to the Bucks. Because that would be the 31st pick. The Pistons now on the clock. First round has begun here for the 2021 NBA Draft. Glad to have you guys be a part on the channel on the stream tonight. If you're new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Yazdi, welcome to the stream. Hoping here Jalen Green makes the top 3. Glad to have you guys on board from the Philippines. What's good, Jimmy fan? Welcome on board. Richard from Venezuela in the stream. Welcome in. Woody, welcome back in here, man. Minute 15 on the clock for the Detroit Pistons. No shocker who they'll pick. Their franchise-altering point guard is 1 minute away from being selected number 1 of the 2021 NBA Draft. What's good? Rockin' the stream. Welcome back in. Getting ready for the Hawks pick at 20. Jessica, glad to have you in the stream once again. All right, the pick is in for the Pistons. Franchise-altering move here. What an incredible night. NBA draft night. Cade Cunningham, the number 1 all throughout the college basketball season. All the way through up until now. And all that just has to happen is his name being called in a couple moments. Cade Cunningham live in attendance. Of course, all eyes on him right now as we await the number 1 pick of the 2021 NBA Draft. (2020-21) college basketball first team All-American. What he did his freshman season at Oklahoma State. It was phenomenal. As they've yet to announce the pick at number 1 so far, but they will in just a moment. And all eyes on Cade Cunningham. The selection is in. Adam Silver at the mic to announce it. And that is indeed the number 1 pick of the 2021 NBA Draft. Goes out to Cade Cunningham. Detroit Pistons. Congrats to Cade there. What an incredible season. Freshman and season at Oklahoma State. First team All-American. Led the Big 12 in scoring, averaging 20 points per game. Over 6 rebounds per game. Shot the ball 40% from 3. And he can just come in, be the next franchise point guard for Detroit. And he does everything so well. Checks off all the boxes. Controls the entire course of the game. The big key for Cunningham is his playmaking abilities. And that's how he can make an impact. His potential is a 6'8" point guard. So Houston on the clock, number 2 pick. Looks like they get 5 minutes on the clock. What a moment for Cade Cunningham. So now it begins, number 2. Jalen Green and Evan Mobley going back and forth between 2 and 3. And we'll see here in a couple moments who will get that pick for Houston. What's good? Lance in the stream, welcome in. I think so. Yeah, I think Jalen Suggs going to go number 4 to Toronto. Carry on, welcome to the stream. So we got under 4 minutes left to go for the Rockets pick. If you guys are new in the stream, hit that thumbs up, spike that like, hit that subscribe. Thanks so much for joining me on draft night tonight. Over 50 people out in the chat. And we welcome you guys back in. What a moment for all these players. An incredible part of their career. Draft night, seeing where they're going to go next. And this is just one of those nights that's just absolutely awesome. What's good, Maurice, Packless? Glad to have you guys back in the stream. Man, this draft class is absolutely stacked this year. Top 4 picks are solid. Cade Green, Mobley, and Suggs. You look at any other draft, and those 4 picks, you put them separately into another draft for Green, Mobley, and Suggs for those 3, and they'd be most likely the number 1 in any other draft. Yeah, definitely. This class is going to have quite a bit of Hall of Famers. What's good, Nate G in the stream? Welcome in. 2.5 minutes on the clock for the Rockets. They got their pick at number 2. They're looking at either Jalen Green, shooting guard from G League Ignite. Athletic, explosive, got tremendous range. Lit it up on the court this season, playing against G Leaguers, took the G League pathway, averaged just under 18 points per game. He was impressive. He can help out the Rockets a ton, especially with their offense. Houston at the very bottom of the NBA, 3-point shooting, field goal shooting percentage. And Jalen Green's one of those players who can go off, and he can get buckets, and wouldn't shock me if he has multiple seasons, 25 points plus, averaging in multiple seasons, back to back to back to back. Constant. What's good, Christian? Welcome to the stream. Wild Kid, welcome in here. Glad to have you guys back at the channel. Evan Mobley, big from USC. Freshman season for the Trojans, averaged over 16 points per game, just under 9 rebounds per game, averaged 3 blocks per game, top 10 in college hoops and blocks per game, shot the ball 58% from the floor, and he was one of the key cogs inside. Him and his brother Isaiah with a top 10 defense at USC, defending the interior this season. And we could see what they accomplished, especially in the tournament. That game against Kansas, man, they whipped them. That was a shocking victory by a ton. USC has. It wasn't even close. It just has to finalize, I believe. So they're just waiting for the trade to go through. It looks like according to this ESPN article by Woj, Lakers are nearing a deal with Washington, so it's getting close. So what Lakers would get from the Wizards would be Russell Westbrook. And then Lakers would swap to Washington, Kuzma, Harrell, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I've got Jalen Green at number 2. And the selection is in. Houston Rockets at number 2. The pick is in. And it is Jalen Green at number 2 for Houston. He will go get buckets. In such an impressive season for the G League Ignite that he had for Jalen Green. Absolutely explosive. So Jalen Green goes at number 2 to the Rockets. And that means Cleveland on board. Number 3 for the Cavs. 5 minutes on the draft board now for Cleveland, and it should be Evan Mobley. Jared Allen is going to be a free agent in the offseason. So looking for a big for the Cavs. Oh man, I love you in Boston there. Would never happen though. Wow. Yeah, I heard that. Wow, Max Scherzer possibly to the Dodgers. Now, I was hearing a lot of Padres earlier today for that. Wow. Yeah, it has to be Mobley. If he doesn't go number 3, that's going to be a huge shock. And the Cavs definitely in desperate need of bigs. Cleveland as a team this past season, they ranked at the bottom of the NBA. 2-point shooting, also in rebounding as well. Yep, going right as they projected them so far. What's good, Sean Sam? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you be a part of the channel once again, man. Ooh. I'd probably put him around 40 or so for him to get drafted. Yeah, it's after the top 4 where things get like, we don't know what's going to happen at number 5. If it's going to be Scottie Barnes to Orlando, Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga lately, according to reports, he has fallen. And then I've heard James Bouknight as high as number 6 lately. A lot of people have been impressed with James Bouknight. There's been a ton of buzz this week about him. All right, here we go. According to Woj, Lakers and Wizards have agreed to trade Russell Westbrook. So it is official. Steven, let's go. Out to the members. Thanks so much, man. We got a new member. Let's get that member hype out in the chat for Steven. Thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. My prediction had Cam Thomas at New York at number 21. This started around like 12, 13 minutes ago when the pick for Cade Cunningham came in. And the pick is in for the Cavs. Thanks so much for the dono, Steven. Really appreciate it, man. You guys are awesome. So, per Woj here, it looks like teams try to trade up to number 3 to see if they could acquire Evan Mobley, but the Cavs kept this pick. The pick is now in for Cleveland. And all eyes land on Evan Mobley here at number 3. The Cleveland Cavaliers at number 3 select Evan Mobley, center from USC. So Mobley off the board at number 3. Now Toronto on the board at number 4. Yes, both rounds happened tonight. Yeah, the NBA draft goes by quick. It's not like the NFL where they put it into three separate days. The NBA draft goes into just one night. So this will go on. I'm going to see what time they have. So it looks like, okay, so it looks like it's going to be a 3-hour draft, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. I'm pretty sure it went over. I think it went to like midnight last year. It went much more over the time. So I wouldn't be shocked if it actually goes to midnight and runs over to 11 o'clock slated time that they have it for. What's good, Cameron on the stream? Jay, welcome to the stream here, man. Crazy day so far. Russell Westbrook traded now to the Lakers. That is official. A lot of stuff happening lately. Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope going to the Washington Wizards. So all eyes here on Jalen Suggs to be the pick at number 4 for Toronto. Heard a little bit of buzz the last few days, though, with Scottie Barnes potentially going all the way up to number 4. But I've got Jalen Suggs here. Glad to have you guys in the stream. If you're new on the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. I usually cover basketball games, play-by-play of NBA games, also college hoops as well. Tonight's draft night, so glad to cover it out for everybody. What's good, Arku in the stream? Welcome in. Yeah, me too. I've got Jalen Suggs here at number 4. Happy draft day, the Rose Boy in the stream. Oh, Ethan's been ready for this one for a long time. What's good, Luke on the stream? Welcome in. I had predicted him. I think I had Miles McBride at number 29 for mine. That was the Phoenix prior, and then Phoenix just traded to Brooklyn. He might go to Brooklyn if Brooklyn doesn't select a point guard before at 27. He might go to Brooklyn. If not, I think he's gonna be really early in the second round. What's good? Leonel on the stream, welcome in. I'm gonna do all of them. Yeah, Paul. We got 20 right here, and then I'm gonna put it on a vertical scroll. So yeah, once we hit 20, I'll put it on a vertical scroll, and it'll scroll up throughout the rest of the numbers. It could only fit those 20 numbers in. Yeah, of course I'll be here the whole night. So once we hit number 20 after, I have to fit 21 through a vertical scroll. That will do. So it's just like how I did the NFL draft. What's good? OTF in the stream, welcome in. I think Chicago is going to be much better next year and make the playoffs. If all goes right for this pick here, looks like Toronto has a great shot getting back into the playoffs for next season. More Miles in the stream, welcome in. He's pumped up here for Jalen Suggs at number 4. That's what it is for the majority. We'll see if there's any shockers, though. The pick is in for Toronto. And here's the Raptors pick at number 4. Wow. Toronto selects Scottie Barnes. Oh my goodness. They really did. Oh my goodness. They had an NBA-ready point guard right in front of them that could guide them right back to the playoffs with Jalen Suggs, and they take Scottie Barnes. They are that high with his upside that they take him at number 4. Wow. Oh my goodness. And that was a couple days ago. That was getting the buzz. So Scottie Barnes, he goes all the way up to number 4. Just like Patrick Williams with Chicago last year. As they were really high and took them inside the top 5. Here we go. Deja vu all over again. Toronto this year, and they go for another Florida State player with the upside of Scottie Barnes. Wow. 6'9" small forward, athletic, versatile, elite defender. Also, he was the main point at Florida State. He came in and played point guard, didn't really have the opportunity beforehand to play point guard, and really showed his versatility for Florida State coming in. 7'2" wingspan for Scottie Barnes. Man, that is a shocker right there. So now Orlando on the draft board, number 5. They have Jalen Suggs right to him. So it should be. Wow. Unbelievable. So now for an opportunity here for an NBA, one of the top most NBA ready players in the draft. Could be right in your hands here with Jalen Suggs. By how that just happened. Natural born leader. Thing is that their backcourt. They get a lot of pieces already in their backcourt for Orlando. They do need a point guard though, due to the injury concerns with Markelle Fultz. What's good, Puzzle Pro? Welcome to the stream. We got 100 plus right now watching. If you guys are new in the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Happy draft night. Glad to have you with us. The Magic on the clock. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go on their pick that they have remaining. And already one shocker tonight. Gray, welcome on the stream here. Out from the Philippines. What's good, Elijah? Welcome on board. Karina, welcome on the stream. Yeah, glad to have you on the stream here, Vincent. Yeah, so if Golden State at number 7, if Kuminga's still on the board, I think they should pass on that because they're looking to contend once again next year. And with Kuminga, that's going to be a big project that they're going to undertake. Celtics right now number 45. I'll probably predict Joe Wieskamp from Iowa. Yeah, I think Davion Mitchell will be a terrific pickup for Golden State. Yep, picking Mo Bamba a few years ago. Welcome in Extract in the stream. It looks like the pick is in for the Magic. So we're just waiting for this pick to come down. Should be Jalen Suggs right in their hands at number 5 on the draft board. And there was a time that Jalen Suggs was looked to be as much as like number 2 going into that national championship game. A lot of people believe that he would be all the way up right behind Cade Cunningham, picked at number 2. And that was coming off that huge victory in the Final Four. He hit the game winner off the bank half court against UCLA. David Johnson's probably going to go around like 45. Carly Jones probably going to go undrafted. When I was looking up Carly Jones, I didn't see like much buzz about him, unfortunately. Hey, best of luck there, Dakota. That's awesome, man. The pick is now in for the Magic. Adam Silver at the mic as he will announce the pick number 5 for the 2021 NBA Draft. The selection is in, and it goes to Jalen Suggs, point guard from Gonzaga. I bet he did not expect to go to Orlando, but it fell like that. And now Jalen Suggs can be a leader on a team that's had multiple different pieces from that trade deadline. A lot of new faces on the Magic. A lot of players last year got injured, and there was a ton of different lineups for Orlando. And now Suggs will come in, and he is an NBA-ready type of player, born ready for the big moments. He's mature, he's athletic, scrappy defender, really great court vision. And it just fell that way. What a gift for the Magic to pick him up at number 5. Now, number 6 in the draft board. This is where I've been hearing James Bouknight, the buzz about him, possibly in the number 6 for OKC. What's good, Hawkeye Nation? Welcome to the stream, man. He's probably going to go in the 50s or so for David Duke. Probably like 54 or so. Around that mark, like mid-50s. Yeah, no blue blood players yet. So Oklahoma City, interesting decision ahead of them. If they're going to go with a project here with Jonathan Kuminga, since they have so many draft picks. In a big rebuild for OKC. Kuminga, one of the youngest players in the draft. Also, I've heard a lot of buzz about James Bouknight. It's most likely those two. Kuminga, Bouknight, and then there'll be other shockers on the list. If they don't pick up Davion Mitchell here, that's Golden State's at number 7. Yeah, Russ going to the Lakers now. A big trade going down. Heard about it a couple hours ago. Now it's finally finalized. Wow, so Toronto is number... Okay, so they have pick number 46. And then they got 47 as well. Yeah, if Daishen Nix is still on the board for a point guard, that would be one. Josh Primo, if he's still on the board too, by that rate. Josh Christopher. Joel Ayayi. It's a couple names. Two minutes on the draft clock remaining for Oklahoma City. The Thunder currently tonight, they get themselves 6 draft picks total. And they got 38 draft picks panned out through, I believe, 2027. Absolutely crazy. So they could take some chances here if they do want to go out for a player like Jonathan Kuminga. I've heard he's been sliding back in a lot of the draft comparisons. There's 60 total draft picks. Once we get past number 20, I'm going to put this in a vertical. I'll put it in a vertical scroll. And then it will go, you can see all the other teams, 21, 22, so on, all the way up through 60. $40 remaining on the draft clock, and the pick is finally in. The awesome part about NBA draft night is that all the picks occur on draft night. It's not like the NFL draft where it's put into 3 separate nights or 3 separate days. So the third day, they do rounds 4 through 7, and that goes from like noontime to like 7 p.m. at night. Yeah, Ethan's pumped up here. Josh Christopher to Toronto if it happens. I think Isaiah Jackson could get drafted first round. Jalen Johnson's going to get drafted first round. I think that's it. Just those two for Kentucky and Duke. Pick is in at number 6, Oklahoma City. So Adam Silver announces the pick, and they go and select Josh Giddey for a reach. Point guard from Australia, 2020-21 National Basketball League Rookie of the Year in the NBL. I believe that was the intention for Memphis, to set their sights going up from 17 to 10, looking for Giddey. And Giddey gets picked at number 6. Wow. So we've had some shockers here already on draft night. So it's going to be a big-time project for him offensively. But what he could do with his vision, 18 years old, it's understandable for the Thunder. They're in full rebuild mode. They can take their time out with these draft picks and see how they pan out. And this is a player in Australia who averaged over 7 assists per game, along with 7 rebounds per game for a 6'9" point guard. So it is impressive. And quite a reach there. Josh Giddey getting picked up at number 6. He was looking like he was going to be back half of the lottery, picked up around probably 12, 13, 14 in a lot of mock drafts and a lot of NBA draft buzz. And here he is. He got picked up at number 6. Wow. I don't think anybody was expecting that, man. Celtics only got 1 pick currently. It's at number 45. The Bucks are at 31. I think Leonard Hamilton's, or no, that's ACC. I was going to say, he's one of the most underrated coaches in all of college basketball. Nate Oates. Nate Oates is a tremendous head coach. Also, Eric Musselman, too. Both of them are terrific head coaches in the SEC. I think Mike White's going to have a telling season this year for Florida. This might be it if they don't make, like, if they aren't at the top of the SEC. It might be it. So number 7, Golden State on the board. They got quite a bit of options to go to. Davion Mitchell. James Bouknight. Jonathan Kuminga still on the draft board currently. Of course, leading up to the past last couple of weeks, Jonathan Kuminga, according to sources, he has been trending downwards in the draft board. Franz Wagner, Corey Kispert, Moses Moody, couple names also still out there. What's good, Zoe? Welcome to the stream. We have 215 on the draft board remaining for Golden State. I think Giddey could have potentially been a prospect Golden State was looking at too. I think they might have been eyeing Giddey around 14 instead of 7. That was quite a reach there for the Thunder, taking Josh Giddey at 6. Yeah, Brooklyn right now, they've got 29 and 27. So Brooklyn today, they sent out a trade to Phoenix. They traded Landry Shamet for Javon Carter. And then they got the number 29 pick from Phoenix earlier today. It could be Kispert. If they're looking to contend instead of looking for a player that's going to develop with upside for next season and looking to be right back into the mix, it might be Kispert in this situation. Mitchell, I predicted Davion Mitchell in this position, though. He's another player that he's NBA ready, and he can come in and he can help out the second unit off the bench. That's what they really need. Off the bench second unit for Golden State. What's good, Jay Ramirez? Welcome to stream. Yeah, I am shocked. I'm shocked that Scottie Barnes got picked up in number 4 by Toronto, and then I'm shocked about the last pick. The Thunder at number 6 picking up Giddey. I thought that was quite a reach. Yeah, Celtics don't have a first-round pick. They had number 16, and then they traded that away as part of that Kemba Walker trade to Oklahoma City. All right, Golden State using the whole draft clock as the time is up. LeBron and AD fan, welcome to stream. And the pick is now in for Golden State. So they're going to get a healthy Klay Thompson back next season. Golden State's going to look to see if they can be back and contend at the top of the NBA. We'll see if they go after a player here who can help them out, especially off the bench, and help out with scoring production. So number 7 pick is in, and they go for an upside player instead to develop. They will take Jonathan Kuminga at number 7. So there's been quite a bit of draft surprises so far. Wow. Jonathan Kuminga from G League Ignite. One of the youngest players in the NBA draft at the age of 18. He's got a lot of developing to do throughout his career. But they're going to see what the future upside holds here for Kuminga. Wow. Already some shockers here in this draft. So they keep the hope in Kuminga. And he's got a bright future if he does pan out. There's been some shockers here in this draft. Wow. I'd say right now it's Davion Mitchell, the best player undrafted. And that's where the Magic, they need scoring, they need shooting, though they just took Suggs, so... So Mitchell's still the best player on the draft board. Sacramento is at number 9. I think Franz Wagner could very well go to Sacramento. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here for the Magic. James Bouknight still on the draft board. Another one, potentially. Pure scorer for James Bouknight. Can attack and get to the basket. I think that could be an opportunity for the Magic to go into. I think both of them probably going to be in the 40s or so for Brandon Boston Jr., Matthew Hurt. Yeah, I've been hearing... I heard a little bit of Matthew Hurt potentially to the Celtics. I've heard... My preference would be Joe Wieskamp. I heard that he's been impressing during the draft scrimmages. If the Celtics pick him up at number 45. I've heard Hurt... Philip Petrusev in that area too. Jeremiah Robinson Earl. So those are a couple names. Yeah, I think James Bouknight will work really well here in this case. And the pick is in for the Magic. All right, Adam Silver announcing the pick. Number 8 on the draft board. Magic's second pick inside the top 10. And they select Franz Wagner. Small forward from Michigan. Wow. So they go with a really good defensive player here, rebounding wing. Younger brother of Mo Wagner. This draft has been a surprise. I think Sacramento was all over that. Sacramento, I feel like, was all over getting Wagner at number 9. Man, this draft has been a shocker already. How it's gone. It started out with Scottie Barnes at number 4. Josh Giddey at number 6. Kuminga at number 7. And then Wagner at number 8. A pick too early as projected. This has been crazy draft so far inside the top 10. Sacramento on the board. Looking for somebody here who can be a big possession stopper as far as their defense. What's good, Chris Mosey? Welcome to the stream. We get 150 plus watching. If you guys are new in the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much for being a part here, everybody, today. It's kind of shocking because Orlando, this past season, they were at the bottom of the NBA in total offense. And also shooting percentage. And they go after Jalen Suggs, who shot the ball around 33% from 3. But the pick fell to them. Terrific get there for the Magic, but it's shocking that they didn't go after Bouknight to get a bucket in this draft, and instead they went with Wagner, another defender for the Magic. What's good, MB in the stream? Welcome in. Andrew, welcome to stream. I was shocked that they picked up Giddey. That was quite of a reach, but I hope he pans out. He's got like a ton of upside. He has to develop his offensive skills, but he's a gifted playmaker from what I've heard. He's really young too. He's only 18 years old, so he's definitely got a lot of promise. So Sacramento is still on the clock. Of course, with the whole Buddy Hield buzz now, Sacramento could use a type of player like Davion Mitchell on their team. This just been an interesting draft so far. Moses Moody, another player here. They definitely need a lot of defensive help for Sacramento. He's a 3-and-D type of guard. Top defensive player in all college basketball happened to be Davion Mitchell this past season. What's good, Jesus? Welcome to stream. Hoping somebody good gonna drop the Golden State at number 14. Best of luck there, man. Yep, I think Cade Cunningham's gonna start the first game. What's good, Braden? Welcome to stream here, man. One more minute on the clock for Sacramento, then we're going to have the pick come in. Yes, Westbrook went to the Lakers today. So that has been finalized. And the pick is in for Sacramento. What's good, Nathan? Welcome to stream. Wow, crazy day for trades. Not only in the NBA, also Major League Baseball, man. Max Scherzer going to LA. At number 9 in the 2021 NBA draft. The Sacramento Kings select Davion Mitchell, point guard from Baylor. Big pickup for the Kings. National Defensive Player of the Year for 2021 in college basketball. Can control the tempo of the game. He is fast, a blur in the court. Number 45. Not related to Donovan Mitchell from Utah. Both of them number 45. And man, they're going to like this player right here. Davion Mitchell. What a pickup. The Kings ranked 26th in three-point shooting defense this past season. Davion Mitchell can surely help with that. Also shot the ball 45% from three himself, and he boosted his stock tremendously in the NCAA tournament. They got out of the gates, got up to a double-digit lead against Arkansas in the Elite Eight. And then the game started to get close midway through the second. Mitchell then took it himself in the game midway through the second. A couple of big possessions for Davion Mitchell, and it opened up the gap, and he led Baylor down the stretch to win the game. Of course, he had just an incredible season. Great catch and fire type of player from the perimeter. He's got a lot of potential for Mitchell. He's one of the older players in the draft, but he has improved every single season for college hoops. He's gotten better and better and better. He played at Auburn his first season, and then he transferred over to Baylor, played his last 2 seasons for Baylor. And man, he just came out of nowhere this past year. Memphis Grizzlies on the clock, number 10. So this is their pick. Even though it says New Orleans, this will be a pick for Memphis. Yeah, so Kyle Kuzma got traded earlier today. So let's see here. This deal, it's Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. The 3 of them got traded to Washington. And Russell Westbrook goes from the Wizards to the Lakers. Man, we got some interesting curveballs already in this draft. Yeah, so Montrezl Harrell is gone. Just didn't make sense for the pickup. He barely even played in the playoffs. Like, he goes from 6th man of the year, the previous year, to, like, barely even playing throughout the playoffs. He kept on having DNPs to his name. What's good, DJ? Welcome to stream. 160 plus in the stream. If you guys are new in the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much, everybody, for being a part here tonight. And, man, what a draft we have had so far. So, I feel like Memphis was trying to set their sights for a ball handler at this part of the draft. I think they could have possibly gone for Josh Giddey at number 10, and that didn't happen. That was a curveball being thrown. Oklahoma City going all the way up to number 6, picking up Giddey. So that said, a lot of the players now are mostly on the board. Better players are 2s on the board right now. Shooting guards, James Bouknight, Moses Moody still on the draft board. It's going to be quite a reach for the next ball handler. That's the only thing. And the pick is in. This pick gets traded to the Grizzlies, and this is Zaire Williams from Stanford. Wow. They go all the way up. That is quite a reach. There were concerns about his injury heading in to this draft. Wow. Man, that is a shocker to go all the way into the top 10. Man. So there's a ton of upside with Zaire Williams. He can create shots. He just wasn't making his shots this past season for Stanford. That's the only thing, but young player, got a ton of potential for Zaire Williams, and he gets picked up on the draft board, number 10 by Memphis. So Memphis is well ahead of schedule. That figures into Memphis because they are just way ahead of schedule where they wanted Ja Morant to be. Ja Morant looking to be an all-star for next season. Man. It's quite an odd draft. Yeah, that's what I predicted. I predicted James Bouknight in my mock draft at number 12 to go to San Antonio. Definitely backcourt options. So one more pick here. Charlotte on the board. Biggest need, a big man for Charlotte. I predicted Alperen Sengun from Turkey. That would be the fit there. James Bouknight still on the draft board. Though it's big man for Charlotte. I'd be shocked if they go another direction here. Yeah, looking like Golden State's going to get a steal at number 14. Moses Moody still on the draft board. Corey Kispert still on the draft board. I was shocked with that reach there. It's quite a reach. James Bouknight still on the board. Keon Johnson, another player that's still on the board. What's good? Imagine the radio on the stream. Welcome in. About a minute and a half left to go on the draft board for Charlotte. Then we're going to have their pick. Yeah, Butler and Thomas still on the board. Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at Woj's Twitter just a moment ago, too. I was shocked that Memphis had intentions to go after Zaire Williams like that. Hey, what's good? Good morning, Conrad. Welcome to stream. Hosni, welcome in, awaiting for the Spurs pick. That's incredible, Jay Ramirez. What's good? Eric, welcome to stream. Looking for Indiana's pick coming up soon. Once we hit number 20, I'm going to put this into a vertical scroll so we can have the rest of the picks go on. And it'll be a scroll throughout the night. Already, we're through the first hour tonight on draft night. It's been awesome. Almost to 100 plus. Thumbs up, everybody. This is great. Biggest surprise so far. It's been a couple. Scottie Barnes at number 4. I didn't think that would happen that early there. Toronto, I thought definitely would have got Jalen Suggs, and I was shocked that happened. Giddey at number 6. And then Zaire Williams just a moment ago for Memphis. Him being picked up at number 10. That has to be the biggest shocker so far for Zaire Williams. I did not expect them to go all the way up into the top 10. What's good? Richard on the stream from Trinidad and Tobago. Glad to have you guys back in the stream. Pick is in for Charlotte. We'll see if they do draft by need and pick up Sengun here at number 11. We are awaiting pick number 11 of the 2021 NBA draft with the Charlotte Hornets. We'll have the call in just a moment from now. Looks like they're going to wait a little bit before this call does come in, but James Bouknight's still not off the draft board. There was a ton of buzz on Bouknight that he was going to go all the way up to number 6 the past couple days that it was projected. And James Bouknight still has yet to be taken. Though we'll see here what Charlotte does, if they're going to take the best player off the draft board with Bouknight, or if they're going to go address a need with a big man, with Alperen Sengun, potentially. Here's the call. Pick is in. And they'll go best player available in the Charlotte Hornets. Pick up James Bouknight, shooting guard from UConn. What a season he had when healthy for Bouknight. 15 games he played in. He did miss a month due to an elbow injury. He dropped down 42 points in December against Creighton. He can get to the basket and put in buckets. He is a smooth scorer as well for Bouknight. So congrats to him. I love seeing him play this past season. He was terrific. Wish I could have went up to UConn to see a game. Unfortunately, they didn't have games for their fans in the stands for this past season. But man, I would love to go up to UConn and see a game someday. It's not too far away from me, actually. I think it's like an hour away. It's out in eastern Connecticut. But what a pick here for Charlotte, able to get James Bouknight. They go best available off the board. It's San Antonio's next up. I would have thought San Antonio would have picked up Bouknight if he did fall to number 12. So this will be interesting here, what the Spurs do. Moses Moody still on the draft board. So we've seen it a little bit today. Franz Wagner. I think Sacramento is looking at Franz Wagner quite a bit. And then San Antonio, I think they might have had their sights set on Bouknight, and he's taking a pick early. Yeah, I've seen a big range for Kai Jones. I saw a couple of mock drafts that he was in the top 10. I've seen other mock drafts that he's around 20. I've seen other mock drafts that he's like at the very back of the first round. So he's been all over the board on a lot of mock drafts. I think they're probably going to address the backcourt in this situation, though, for San Antonio. Just think they need a ton more scoring for their team. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Keon Johnson still on the draft board. If this is a player that Pop sees a lot of potential in and can develop a type of player like that. Because they got a terrific system to go in and develop players for San Antonio. Yeah, I would think in this case as well it'd be Moses Moody. So what a draft night that we have had already. Have 180 plus people in the chat. If you guys are doing the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much, everyone, for being a part here on the channel tonight. Usually I cover play-by-play basketball games, NBA, college hoops as well on the streams. Once a year, though, I cover the NBA draft. Always an awesome time to do so. So San Antonio is still on the clock. Final minute and 10 left to go for their first round pick for the Spurs. Yeah, that's a name that would have like a ton of development to him. Because I looked at what he was known for. It's one of the top defenders in this draft class is Usman Garuba from Spain. Though he's just raw offensively. He's got a ton of defensive skills though. He's a terrific shot blocker. What's good, Alex? Welcome to the stream. I cover play-by-play for people on the channel here. So yeah, I cover play-by-play of NBA and college hoops. Pick is in for San Antonio. We'll see what direction they do go in here for San Antonio. If they do go for Moses Moody, he's a popular right now, one of them on the chat. Very popular for Moses Moody. Keon Johnson, if Pop would like to go out and develop a really athletic shooting guard from Tennessee, he's another option. If they do go front court, Sengun's still on the draft board as he was just passed up by Charlotte. Pick is in for San Antonio, and they go for a big reach. Oh my goodness. They select Josh Primo from Alabama, the youngest player in college basketball this past season in D1. What a reach. I thought he was going to go like second round, and he gets picked in the lottery. Wow. Yeah, this has been quite an odd year for college basketball. These teams have their eyes set totally differently than what we projected. Man. I think that one is a big shocker. Josh Primo from Alabama going all the way up to number 12. And he was kind of like lost underneath the shadow with a lot of players. Because Alabama had a ton of offensive scoring threats this past season. And then he ended up declaring for the draft. Wow. He was the number 80 recruit in the freshman class for 2020. He was the number 5 scorer for Alabama this season. Man. That is crazy. This has been quite a stunning draft. Wow. So Pop really does see future upside here with Josh Primo, taking him way far out of the game. I'm just interested to see how this is going to pan out, man. So Indiana on the draft board. Wow. A couple ways they could take this for the Pacers. They could look to like best players available. Moses Moody, Keon Johnson still available. They can also go for a point guard here as well. Jared Butler still on the boards. Jared Butler still yet to be picked. NCAA tournament MVP. What's good? Porter on the stream, welcome in. He's looking forward to Denver's pick at 26 later on. Suggs went to the Magic. Absolutely crazy. Josh Primo with a huge jump by Pop for San Antonio takes him at number 14 or number 12 inside the lottery. Crazy. What's good? Legendary in the stream. Welcome in. Yeah, Russell Westbrook going to the Lakers now. Just absolutely crazy night here. Filled with curveballs left and right. So some of the key players still available. Moses Moody, Keon Johnson, Jared Butler, Corey Kispert. If they do go for a ball handler, next best available would be Jared Butler. Yo, what's good? Godwin on the stream, welcome in. I think here it would be wise for Indiana to pick up Butler. Either way, Golden State at number 14, if they don't trade a pick, they're going to have a steal right in their hands. Golden State's going to have a player that they're able to develop, high upside player with Jonathan Kuminga. Instead of waiting at 14 to get that player that they could develop, they picked them up at number 7. And they saw the potential for another type of player that maybe can help them out, be a part contending off the bench, that they can pick up at number 14 coming up. Not yet, Porter. Trey Mann's still on the board. Chris Duarte, that would be a huge jump for Indiana if they go for him. Not as big as a Primo jump, but I think Duarte is probably going to be around like 20, around the mid-20s, late 20s. I think Butler would be a great fit for Golden State. Yeah, he shot the ball over 40% from 3, and he'd work well off the bench. He can play the 1 or the 2, and Indiana goes for scoring, immediate scoring in their lineup as they will take Chris Duarte. They do reach for Duarte. Wow, this has been a shocking draft. One of the oldest players in this draft, age of 24 for Duarte. What a story for him. Born in the Dominican Republic, played his first 2 seasons of college basketball at Northwest Florida Community College, and then he transferred over to Oregon. And he was terrific this past season, scoring around 17 points per game. Top in the conference in the Pac-12 in three-point shooting percentage. Shot the ball over 60% from 2. 43% from three-point range. Great body control, terrific mechanics for Chris Duarte. And what an opportunity for him getting picked up by the Pacers at number 13. So they go with a scoring threat. And that helps out Indiana with a scoring option there. That's a shocking pickup. Wow. So either way, Golden State's going to get a draft steal right here. Picking up a power forward already with Kuminga. Looking for bench production now. Jared Butler, next available point guard, still on the board for Golden State if they choose to go that path. Moses Moody, 3-and-D wing. Shooting guard from Arkansas, also still on the draft board. Keon Johnson, more of a project. He's more of a defender. He's still raw offensively, but he He's the most athletic player in this draft for Keon Johnson at a 48-inch vertical. Highest vertical ever in the NBA draft combine. Still yet to be off the draft board too, Corey Kispert. If they're looking for somebody who's immediate on Golden State, doesn't offer as much high upside, a 4-year player at Gonzaga, they could go towards Corey Kispert since they got their project already with Kuminga. Definitely a ton of options to graze over. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about Giannis's brother Alex. Like, I was looking at a ton of different draft boards or so, and there wasn't anything on him. Yeah, he's been knowing the pick like 3-4 minutes before it gets announced. So the pick is in for Golden State. They picked up at number 7, Jonathan Kuminga from G League Ignite. One of the youngest players in the draft. And now they have the opportunity here for pick number 14. We'll see what they do as they already have one high upside pick if they go immediate. And they will select Moses Moody, shooting guard from Arkansas. A bucket during his first season. What a steal. SEC Freshman of the Year. Came in and averaged over 16 points per game for the Razorbacks. Led the team in scoring. He had some big games throughout his college career as well. 3-and-D type of player for Golden State. And what a steal here. They pick up Moses Moody. Yeah, that just fell exactly to Golden State, just winning in this draft so far. They get their high upside player first with Kuminga, and then they have Moody just fall right to them. Man. So Golden State impressive tonight. Washington on the board. Defenders. Keon Johnson. Terrific defender, still on the board. Looking at a wing defender. He is gonna have a ton of development, though, offensively for Keon Johnson. That's the only thing. Really athletic, though. Plays with energy. He's still on the draft board. The other Johnson, Jalen Johnson, still on the draft board as well. So a risk type of player. Shows versatility. Can play multiple positions for Jalen Johnson. He's still on the draft board here. Probably going to be like a 3-and-D type of player, most likely. Or a defensive wing. What's good, Dennis in the stream? Dave, welcome to the stream. Awesome, USB Qatar tonight, looks like. Yeah, definitely great point by Jay Ramirez because Moody came in freshman and he went away during the tournament. He didn't have a big tournament. That's a really tough task to ask for as a freshman, just coming in, and he did what he was asked for throughout the season. He scored basically like around 17 points per game, and I think he was like rated around like the number 40 recruit or so. So he was averaging 17, not even as a 5-star, and he comes in. He's one of the top scorers in the SEC, and then during the tournament, Arkansas they still made it to the Elite Eight, even though Moody had struggled in the tournament, and he's gonna have that load taken off of him now. There's multiple scoring options here for Golden State, and the floor will be able to open up, and that's big. I've got for the Knicks at 19. I've got Trey Mann from Florida. Yeah, I think they definitely need to look at a point guard for New York. So the pick is in now for Washington. Still waiting for this pick for the Wizards right now. They have a Terrence Clark tribute going on. Just so sad when we found out about that. That was just such an emotional night. Terrible night when that happened. So sad. So before we get into the 15th pick, NBA will dedicate this moment to Terrence Clark. Great job for the NBA. They even got a portrait of him that they put out, and saluting right there. That's the right decision all around for the NBA, as Terrence Clark's mom will go up to the podium and accept the painting. Just so sad when that happened. Celtics don't have a pick in the first rounds. They had number 16, but they traded Kemba Walker to the Thunder, and they also traded number 16 to Oklahoma City. So that's where it comes in. Lionheart in the stream, welcome in. Yeah, I was stunned there that San Antonio went all the way up and picked Primo at number 12. Enyo City on the stream, welcome aboard. Tyrone, welcome in from the Bahamas. Devlin, welcome to the stream. Really emotional moment right here. Just so sad. He lived in my home state too. Not too many players from the NBA make it to the NBA from Massachusetts, and get to play high school ball up in New Hampshire. And it's just so sad when that day happened. It's just terrible. So they're gonna take a little bit of time between this pick right now. As Washington, the pick is in on the draft board as we're waiting for that. It'll be a couple minutes. What's good, Warren? Welcome to the stream here, man. What's going on? They're just having a tribute for Terrence Clark currently before we get the 15th pick. The Nets pick at 27 and 29. In the first rounds. They got pick number 29 today from the Suns. So Phoenix traded Javon Carter today to Brooklyn, and Brooklyn traded Landry Shamet to Phoenix. And then Phoenix traded their number 29 pick. So Brooklyn got pick number 29. So we got quite a bit of downtime before this next pick. Brooklyn currently has 5 picks tonight. They got picks at 27, 29, 44, 49, and then 59. So that's the picks for Brooklyn. 2 first rounds, 3 second rounds. What's good, Francis, in the stream? Welcome in. In my draft video, I actually had predicted Isaiah Jackson to go to Washington, because at that point, I tried to figure out where all the defenders went, and I had a bunch of defenders being taken in the lottery. And then had Jackson at 15. He's probably going to be back further, though, because right now there's still a lot of defensive type of players still on the board. It's probably going to be Keon Johnson. Let's see. Hornets have picks number 37 and then pick number 56. So they got 2 more. I've got it on ABC. What's good, Brian, on the stream? Welcome in. Yeah, Russ is going over to the Lakers now. I think I see the Thunder at 16. So I think they could draft Butler. Pelicans at 17 could draft him. If not, if Jared Butler is still on the board by 19, that's going to be the Knicks who most likely pick him up. It's depending which way the Knicks go, if they want to go Butler or if they're going to go, because I had predicted Trey Mann. Okay, yeah, I'll switch over. Yeah, I'll switch over to ESPN then. So that's why it says till 11 for ABC. I got you. So that's why, because they have to bring the news at 11 o'clock. Yeah, Butler here. Butler for Washington right here. That would make sense, because now figuring that Russell Westbrook, the trade has been accepted. Yeah, so that is correct. Okay, so this selection is in for Washington. And this will be Corey Kispert. Forward from Gonzaga. This has been a shocking draft. So he was still on the draft board. He kept on dropping back and back. I can see it quite a bit. I'm shocked they didn't go after like more of a defensive type of player there. They go after Kispert. Wow. So they just don't address the defense. They're going to look to, of course, replace offensive production here for Kispert. Man. It's crazy. I'm watching it on ABC right now because I think my ABC is ahead of ESPN by like a couple seconds or so. But ESPN's covering more of it tonight. Alright, so. Okay, so Oklahoma City's trading the number 16 pick. So you got 4 minutes left to go on the draft board. I bet the trades are going to get crazier and crazier like later. Alright, so yeah, it is Houston. So that is confirmed. So this is Houston right now. So Houston is sending Oklahoma City 2 future first-round picks for number 16 per source. The Thunder trade pick number 16 away. And this will be the Rockets' second time on the draft board. So craziness keeps on continuing in the draft. The Thunder basically stockpiling all the drafts in the future with all these picks. So I believe right now that's 40 picks winning like through 2027 that Oklahoma City has as they get 2 more first round picks. Man. So 2 minutes left to go on the draft board. Houston will be picking next in place of Oklahoma City. In this situation here, Sengun's still not off the board. There's only been 1 big taken so far. Houston's quite thin in the front court. And it looks like this pick is in. This pick was originally supposed to be the Celtics pick at number 16. And then Kemba Walker got traded. Went over to Oklahoma City. Celtics traded pick number 16 to OKC. And then OKC trades this pick to Houston. So this selection is in. And this will be the big And it will go over to Houston. Alperen Sengun from Turkey. So the second big drafted off the board. 2020-21 Turkish League MVP for Besiktas. He scored almost 19 points per game. This is a good pick right here. Because they needed front court options for Houston. They just got one. Great pick to get Sengun. And now New Orleans at number 17. Jalen Suggs got drafted. And also, a couple minutes ago, Corey Kispert got drafted. So 2 players from Gonzaga get drafted. Yeah, there's a lot into it for what the coaches will look at on tape. And the big thing through like what they can see now through all the technology, what they didn't have prior with all these players coming out of college, which we have so much today with the media, how it's been just a huge impact on how these players are able to get noticed at first, able to see these highlight reel clips going online, and the coaches will be able to see stuff that a lot of us don't. So Pelicans now in this situation. Number 17 for New Orleans. This could be Jared Butler. Could potentially be Jared Butler in this situation. So I think they're looking at like a ball handler, wing defender, or somebody that can get out, definitely to help out defend the perimeter for the Pelicans too. Wow. I think it's probably going to be like another 40, 50 minutes probably. I think the second round goes by really fast. So the first round probably goes all the way to like 10:30 at night. Most likely if I had to take a guess. And then the second round just flies right by. What's good, Showtime? Welcome to stream. Yeah, there's only 2 rounds in the NBA draft. I think it's probably going to wrap up, if you're from the U.S., East Coast, I think it's going to wrap up around like midnight or so. It might be Denver who takes him. If Trey Murphy does go in and stay in the first round. It might be Denver that takes him at 26. I think I had for Denver, I had Jaden Springer. Yeah, really appreciate it, Drew, for being a part here on the stream. James, welcome in here. Celtics get 1 pick right now, so they only got pick number 45. They did have pick number 16, and then they traded Kemba to Oklahoma City. And then Oklahoma City got that number 16 draft pick, and then they just traded over to Houston. I predicted Trey Mann to go to the Knicks at 19. What's good, Tony? Welcome to the stream here, man. So still a lot of players looking for on the draft board in this situation for the Pelicans. Jared Butler is still available. He's yet to get picked. National championship, NCAA tournament MVP. Keon Johnson, still yet to be picked. Jared Butler is the best available point guard on the board. And that's really their big need that the Pelicans have to have. And the pick has been selected. It is Trey Murphy III from Virginia, who goes to the Pelicans. Wow. What a jump in some of this draft. Trey Murphy, another one of these players that, if you had told us 1 year ago that there would be a player named Trey Murphy that would be drafted, I don't think anybody would have believed it. Trey Murphy played college basketball his first 2 seasons at Rice, and then he transfers over to Virginia. Shoots the ball this past season a high clip, 43% from three-point range. That's the highest three-point percentage in the last 25 years at Virginia. And man, Trey Murphy gets picked midway through the first round. That's a shocker there. Yo, when I did my mock draft, I didn't even have Trey Murphy in the first round. And then I saw like a bunch of others, and they had a little bit had him in the first round. Because he's one of those players, just like Primo, that maybe you don't notice that much, even though watching college hoops this past season, definitely interesting. I feel like a good pick from an offensive standpoint, though, for the Pelicans. Because another thing the Pelicans really needed is a 3-and-D type of player. They needed three-point shooting. They ranked at the very bottom this past season shooting the three ball. That's something that Murphy can help out a ton with. So back on the board once again, Oklahoma City at number 18. Jared Butler still available on the board. Jalen Johnson, yet to be taken either. He might be a pick here for the Thunder. This is a risk type of pick. With Oklahoma City, with all the draft picks that they have, they're willing to take that type of risk here. What's good, Ash? Welcome to the stream here. Yeah, things going pretty well with me and my family. Just waiting for this pick by Oklahoma City, number 18 on the board. Yeah, they're willing to take as many risks as possible just to see how these draft picks pan out for OKC. Kai Jones, another player here that they can go out and develop. Started playing basketball late. I heard that he played basketball starting at the age of 15. He grew up in the Bahamas for Kai Jones. Track and field athlete. Jalen Johnson only played 13 games at Duke. Left the team in around mid-February. Another player here potentially could be worth the risk for OKC. I heard that. Man, we've had some big moves today. Max Scherzer, Trey Turner going to LA. And the pick is in for the Thunder. What's good, Alex? Welcome to stream. Once we get past number 20, we're going to do a vertical scroll on here. So all the picks will be able to scroll up. And then you can see all the other numbers with like when the teams pick their or make their draft picks. As shocking as this draft has been, we've seen the shockers of all shockers tonight. Scottie Barnes going number 4 to Toronto. Josh Giddey going number 6 to the Thunder. Zaire Williams going up to number 10 for Memphis. And Josh Primo, the biggest one, going to the Spurs at number 12. Trey Murphy just a couple moments ago going to the Pelicans at 17. And now we'll see if Oklahoma City will keep it going with just a curveball in this draft. So we've had multiple curveballs today. All right, according to Woj, the Knicks are trading pick number 19 to Charlotte for a future first-round pick. So New York hearing buzz about a player that they're thinking about taking that could be taken right now at number 18 by Oklahoma City. And if they indeed had their eyes on Trey Mann, then the Knicks just traded out of it to get another future first-round draft pick. So that pick for New York has now been traded to Charlotte, which means the Knicks will pick at number 21. And the Thunder pick up at number 18. They draft Trey Mann. Another player here drafted before his projection, a pick early. Wow. We've seen this quite a bit tonight. Crazy draft. We saw this starting with Franz Wagner at number 8 with the Magic. He went a pick before Sacramento. And then right there we see Tre Mann from Florida being taken by the Oklahoma City Thunder. So they go with a score here for Tre Mann. He's got a really good step back. He came in some big moments this past season. Braden pumped up for that. First round of the NCAA tournament. What a game I covered. Florida against Virginia Tech. And Tre Mann knocked down a huge 3-point shot in the last couple minutes of that game. I think it tied up that game. It was a nasty step backer. There was one in overtime. It's a nasty step back. I believe it's the one in overtime. Wait, he got on fire last couple games of the season or so for Tre Mann. He was balling out. Shot the ball 40% from 3. Big development during his second season for Florida. Really benefited from coming back and playing his second season for college hoops. What's good, Alan? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, coming up on Atlanta, number 20. So the Knicks at 19. This will be traded to Charlotte. So this is the Hornets pick now. So the Knicks still pick at 21. Yeah, he's been tweeting like 2 or 3 minutes before the pick comes in on TV. I just went to that, and Charlotte had yet to go for a big man. There's been 2 bigs taken off the board right now. Evan Mobley at 3. And then Alperen Sengun. So I put Sengun. It's Sengun. Spell check that. But Alperen Sengun at number 16 to Houston. Yeah, it's coming in so early. And I've been trying to use that source to see if I could just keep up with what's going on with the draft trades. Yeah, it's been quite a crazy day. Russ gets traded to the Lakers. Lakers get Harold, Kuzma, and KCP. Or Lakers trade Harold, Kuzma, KCP to Washington. Just unbelievable day here with bunch of bombshells taking place. So Charlotte at number 11, they go for shooting guard, drafting James Bouknight. They're still looking for need on the draft board. That would be going for a big man for the future. What's good, Netty Ball? Welcome to stream. Yeah, Knicks had the number 19 pick, and then they just traded it to Charlotte. So the Knicks now at 21. So yeah, if you're watching the ESPN live feed or ABC live feed, either way, it's got the New York pick. They've got less than 30 seconds remaining on the draft board, but then like, see, it's tough. I wish they could put above that or someplace on the screen traded to, so it can clarify. They don't do it until after the pick has been called. They put on the screen New York Knicks pick is in, and then right after the pick is in, they'll put briefly for like 2-3 seconds on the screen, this pick has been traded to, and then they'll say Charlotte. I wish they could, like, inform that someplace on the screen. It's kind of like the Olympics coverage. Like, some of the games I've been watching for the Olympics, they don't even have the player names of what's going on. Like, I watched one of the bike races last week for the Olympics, and they didn't even, like, show a graphic until half an hour through or so who was in the lead in the race. So a couple players here who have yet to go off the draft board so far. Jalen Johnson, Kai Jones, Keon Johnson, Usman Garuba is still on the board. Cam Thomas still on the draft board. And the pick is in as the Hornets will take Kai Jones, 2020-21 Big 12 Sixth Man of the Year for the Texas Longhorns. So Kai Jones, they go after a developing big for the future. He started playing basketball at the age of 15. A native from the Bahamas for Kai Jones, track and field athlete, and then he came over to the U.S., played college hoops at Texas. It's gonna be interesting to see from him what he can do because he didn't really receive many minutes at Texas. He's got a ton of potential though for Kai Jones. So Atlanta here in number 20. Jared Butler somehow, someway is still on the draft board. Backcourt ball handlers in this case. That's where the Hawks could look. Also another bench score. Jared Butler, it's quite shocking that he's yet to be even taken so far. Here he is winning the 2021 NCAA Tournament MVP. And he is still on the draft board. I'd say Moses Moody at number 14 is a draft steal there. Golden State's having a terrific draft so far. I also like Sengun at 16 to Houston. Hey, awesome there, Dakota. Best of luck, man. So Hawks got 3 minutes left to go on the board. Keon Johnson, who's projected quite a bit in the lottery, he has fallen back. He's yet to even be on the draft board so far. Or still be picked up so far, as we're at number 20. What's good, Tolling Bell? Welcome to stream. So Kai Jones going to bring explosiveness over to the Charlotte Hornets. They already got quite a bit of explosiveness, too. Miles Bridges. One minute left to go on the draft board for the Hawks. It's probably going to be a backcourt player here in this scenario. Yeah, I think he might be able to last till 41 there, Ethan. Especially how these picks have gone, because there's players that are way up ahead of where I didn't even think they'd be up this far up. It's been shocking. So the pick is in. Number 20 on the draft board, Atlanta Hawks. Hey, thanks so much, Tolling Bell. Appreciate it for being here. All right, Atlanta's pick being announced right now. Adam Silver at the mic. And they'll select Jalen Johnson, forward from Duke. So Johnson was one of these players that slid all the way back to number 20. And they go for a risk here with Jalen Johnson. He only played 13 games at Duke. Though he can play multiple positions, he's got versatility to him. Can defend multiple positions, and he's pretty solid as far as being a ball handler too. There for Jalen Johnson. So a risk type of player here in this situation for Atlanta. Only played 13 games at college hoops. I'm interested to see how this will pan out. Because a lot was going on with him projected to be in the lottery. And then he found himself all the way back now at 20. Yeah, sometimes I wish that too, Warren. And what's good? Greg on the stream, welcome in. Alright, now we're gonna put in the scroll right now, as that will go forward. And now we'll include all the other picks for tonight. So we are through the first 20 picks. Now we get the scroll here for 21 through 60 as well, as that will keep on scrolling throughout the board tonight. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks so much, everybody, for being a part here on the channel. New York Knicks in the draft board coming up at number 21. They have around 4 minutes remaining on the draft board. This is their first draft pick. They had traded number 19 away to Charlotte. And most likely looking for a point guard in this scenario. Trey Mann has been taken. Best available point guard still yet to be picked. That is Jared Butler. National champion. And also, he was the NCAA tournament MVP. What's good, Lorenzo, on the stream? Welcome in. Glad to have you back in from Spain. Yeah, it's a really risky pick. I had seen Jalen Johnson. Whoever's going to take him, I thought it would be a risky pick. I thought it would be somebody like Oklahoma City or Houston. Somebody more in like a rebuild that would take him. So I believe it still has to go through for this trade. There was another trade that happened today earlier on. Ricky Rubio got traded from the T-Wolves over to Cleveland for Taurean Prince. Minnesota gets a 2022 second-round draft pick. I haven't been hearing a lot of buzz about Giannis's brother. So Houston got two players so far. They got Jalen Green at number 2, and then they got Alperen Sengun from Turkey. They picked them up at number 16. What's good, Mark? Welcome to the stream. He's looking for Deuce McBride to go over and or be drafted here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Brooklyn does. So I've been hearing a lot Miles McBride, like very late first rounds or early second rounds. Denver's yet to go. They're going to go at number 26. So we are at number 21. This is the Knicks in the draft board now. Yeah, I'm shocked that I didn't hear a lot more buzz about Giannis's brother Alex. I think that he was being compared that like he was gonna be like better than Giannis compared to, and there really hasn't been like much draft buzz about Alex. Wow. They pulled Ricky Rubio out of the game for Spain today and told him that he was traded. Ouch. So New York Knicks on the draft board, point guard. That's their biggest area of need. Still yet to be picked, Jared Butler. National champion from Baylor. Sharif Cooper yet to be picked. Couple point guards to look out for. Jaden Springer from Tennessee. Miles McBride from West Virginia. Top 4 available point guards currently. Butler, though, he's been kind of mocked in this range. Around like late teens into early 20s. So we'll see if they do go Butler in this scenario. The Knicks pick is in at number 21. As New York will take Keon Johnson, shooting guard from Tennessee. Back-to-back Johnsons on the draft board. 48-inch max vertical leap, an NBA Combine record for Jalen Johnson. This, I don't really understand. For New York, they ranked dead last in the playoffs in points scored per game. And they go for a player that's raw offensively and is a terrific defender, but has a lot of offensive improvement within him. So they go for a shooting guard, even though they got 3 point guards going to free agency this offseason. It's just another draft by the Knicks. Wow. Whoever picks up Jared Butler, that's going to be an absolute steal. Because now it's number 22. Lakers on the clock at 22. Absolute crazy draft as it continues. It's been quite a bit of trades here. Let's see. Okay, wow. So that doesn't even belong. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to see what's going on here. Here's the trades. It's crazy. It gets to this point in the 20s. So is this the Clippers pick? Clippers will send number 25 to New York for a future second round per source. Clippers targeting. Okay, so that is the Clippers pick. Okay. So that makes more sense. They should have just put up a graphic on there. So Clippers trade up to 21. That makes more sense for that pick then. So that is the Clippers who get that pick at 21. So the Clippers have traded for the Knicks. And that just processed like a minute ago. That was late as the pick went out. So that pick by New York at 21, it's for the Clippers. So that is the LA Clippers pick. We'll keep you guys updated. I'm going to have to constantly check the updates as what goes on. Because this is the part of the draft I remember last year that there were trades all over the place. Okay, so this is Washington now. So the Lakers pick is in, and this is part of the trade from earlier today. So this is the Wizards pick now. Russell Westbrook going for Washington to the Lakers. Lakers traded to Washington. Kyle Kuzma, KCP, and Montrezl Harrell earlier today, and this will be Washington's pick. So yeah, trying to keep up track with all these picks, there's been a ton. And then that Clippers pick now, that's going to be the Knicks pick at 25. I wish that they had like a graphic over it that said pick was traded instead of putting it up for like not even 5 seconds and then dropping it out of the screen. So this is the Washington Wizards pick at number 22. And the Wizards go after a defender. They pick up Isaiah Jackson, power forward from Kentucky. I had predicted that in my NBA mock draft video. He's one of the top defensive players in the draft. Didn't receive much playing time at Kentucky, but he started to get on a roll late in the season. Didn't really receive many touches, though, inside. The only thing for him is that he's foul prone for Isaiah Jackson, but he's an elite shot blocker. He's got a lot of upside. Physical type of player. Good pick there for Washington. So that desperately addressed the need of defense. And that helps out interior defense for the future. What's good, Jackson? Welcome to stream, man. Kai Jones was taken at number 19 by Charlotte. So this is Houston at 23. Houston has 24. Houston in the rebuild's willing to potentially go for a player that they could take a risk for. Usman Garuba still on the draft board. This could be a pick like Garuba. Yeah, obviously they're going to need to get a point guard. Because they just traded away Russ. They're going to have to find something. It's shocking that Jared Butler's fallen all the way this back. Wow. Just so many trades at this part of the draft to track, it's crazy. Yo, Woj doesn't have that yet. I'm gonna see if I can open up a couple more links to see. Okay, interesting. Wow, he's going much faster. This is helpful. All right, so Isaiah Jackson is now traded to Indiana. So that pick has belonged to Indiana now. So Isaiah Jackson traded to Indiana for Aaron Holiday to be sent over to Washington. So there's a point guard for now. So right there, that's a safety net for Washington for a point guard. This just been a crazy draft night. I remember last year wasn't even this crazy. So Houston's still on the draft board at number 23. They got back-to-back picks, 23, 24. Houston looking for, we'll see what they're looking for here, this type of player. If they're looking for a developmental risk type of option or so, there's still Garuba on the draft board that they can go after for front court pieces. It's just stunning that Jared Butler is still on the draft board. And then Sharif Cooper as well. Cam Thomas still out there. The pick is in. What's good, Rodney? Welcome to stream. And the pick is in for Houston. It is Usman Garuba, power forward from Spain. So they do go after a player that they can develop. Really good defensive type of piece. But that's basically what he is known for, is his defense for Garuba. They are thin on the interior. So that's a key pickup there. And then Houston will pick again. Next pick at 24. All right, so let's see if they do go after point guard in this scenario. They could go for another player here that they can develop, being Sharif Cooper. So we'll see if this player is Cooper. And that would lead the Knicks with 25. Which, maybe the Knicks pinpointing Jared Butler. I think they were originally pinpointing Trey Mann. But then they traded out of it from 19 to 21. They had pick number 21 as well. They traded away their 19. They traded away their 21 to the Clippers, put it for them at 25. Wow. I just saw who they picked. There's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the draft board. I am stunned. This draft has just been crazy. I'm trying to keep up with the draft trades and everything going down, and trying to not look to see who is going to get drafted next or so. But yeah, I just popped up on that one. It's coming in quite earlier than what the broadcast is going for in the live feed. So thanks so much, everybody, for being a part here tonight. If you guys are new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. As we are about 2.5 hours already through the draft right now. Yeah, let's see if there's anything for Alex. Nothing yet. It's just really stunning with me. I think that they'd be able to, like, for sure develop in. For Scottie Barnes, it's just quite crowded. That's the only thing. So Houston at number 4, their pick is in. Okay, thanks so much for the update. All right, Houston's pick in, number 24 on the board. Cam Thomas still available on the draft board. He's being rated the top pick available per ESPN. Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper. Nashawn Highlands yet to be picked. Houston Rockets select at number 24. Wow. Josh Christopher. What a jump for a pick there by Houston. Man, I did not expect him to be drafted this early. Man. This has been quite the draft through of curveballs. Josh Christopher going in the first round. Man. So this pick at 25, this is the Knicks pick currently at 25. So the Knicks keep on trading down. They were at 19, and then the Clippers traded up to 21 to get the Knicks' 21 pick. And now the Knicks at 25 on the draft board. Jared Butler still in their hands. It's crazy. I wouldn't be shocked if David Duke goes in someplace in the 30s or so. This is absolutely crazy. Can't believe nobody's taken a look at Miles McBride either so far. He's been like late 20s, early 30s. Jaden Springer from Tennessee. He's yet to be taken either. Cam Thomas. Sharif Cooper. Man. And this pick is in for New York. In the Knicks pick Quentin Grimes, shooting guard at Houston. The American Conference Player of the Year for 2020-21. Wow. It's just crazy. So they go after more of a player at the 2 instead of at the point. And he's picked up way further up than where he should have been predicted. Man. That's one that the Knicks going to be scratching their head about. Yeah, there's so many players that keep on falling back that it's shocking. There's a lot of players just randomly taken well ahead of the game. Backcourt production. Denver looking to go for something here as far as what they could do. They could very well go for backcourt production where they need to get a ton more scoring from their backcourts. That's what eliminated them in the second rounds. Their backcourt just got way outplayed. Without Jamal Murray, it was tough. So yeah, they could go for a player that can get buckets here. Anything's possible there, Specs. They're going to have to give up a ton, though, to get one of them. Yeah, I'm thinking about a high-profile type of score in this situation. Yeah, Cam Thomas, Nashada Highland still on the draft board. Ayo Dosunmu is yet to be picked either. Whoever gets Dosunmu is going to have a player that's ready to come out right out of the gates and play. Because that's a name I haven't talked about until right now, tonight, with Ayo Dosunmu. What's good? Bill in the stream, welcome in. Yeah, this is shocking. It's been a lot of curveballs this draft night. So Denver coming up at number 26. After that, Brooklyn's got 2 picks on the board. 27 and 29. They did a trade today earlier with Phoenix. Javon Carter got traded to the Nets. And Landry Shamet got traded to Phoenix. And then in exchange, the Suns sent over their number 29 pick to Brooklyn. Probably be Day'Ron Sharpe or Charles Bassey for a center. So Denver could be looking for a bucket getter right now. Help out their backcourt in what was a lot of trouble once Jamal Murray went down. They struggled mightily scoring, especially from the outside. It's going to be interesting to see what pick goes down here for Denver. Two scores that come to the top of my mind, Cam Thomas and Nashawn Highland. Yeah, I heard Buddy Hield might go to LA too. And the pick is in for Denver. Denver makes their selection. Number 26 being announced. And they select Nashawn Bones Highland from VCU. That is a great pickup. Smaller school, played in Atlantic 10, A10 Player of the Year. Had a huge jump offensively, averaged 19.5 points per game this past season. And he was averaging around 32 minutes per game this past season compared to 20 his freshman season. He averaged over 10 points more than what he had his freshman season. Increased role in the offense. And he took VCU, which should have been, well, they were in the NCAA tournament, but they unfortunately did not get to play that game against Oregon. Unfortunate. And if Bones had played that game, we could have probably seen him tonight inside the top 20 if he had gone off against Oregon in their first round matchup, if that game had happened. And he wasn't really noticed on draft boards. A lot of people had him in the second round, early second round, but great pick right there. He's a bucket. He's real. I heard that he impressed at the draft scrimmages too. He had scoring team highs in those draft scrimmages. He's got some lethal range, and that's a great pick for Denver. So, terrific pick for the Nuggets there. Brooklyn on the draft board, they got 2 picks coming up soon, 27 and 29. They got in a trade today from Phoenix. Point guard for the future, they had, if Kyrie and James Harden do once again have some trouble or so getting back on the court, they do need point guard depth, and that's where they got Mike James this past season, just because they were scrambling to find a point guard or so when Kyrie and James Harden both went down, and they need more of a reliable bench producer there that can help out, because when it came to the big games, they didn't really produce off the bench. It was just the big three, and that was mainly it as far as scoring. And Jared Butler can be that guy if Brooklyn does go that way. What's good? Sadal on the stream, welcome in. Yeah, Russ got traded to LA. It's a crazy day. Ayo Dosunmu yet to go off the draft board. He doesn't have as much upside as a lot of other players in the draft, but he was terrific, excelling at Illinois his 3 seasons. He's another player that can come in, play for a contender, and be able to help him out off the bench to take him to the top and win a title. So that's another player could be of potential consideration for Brooklyn at this stage. And still, of course, Miles McBride still on the draft board, too. Yeah, Charles Bassey, too. It's another one. If they're taking a look at bigs. Day'Ron Sharpe. He's the younger big, though. All right, Brooklyn took up the whole clock for this pick. So there's quite a bit of backcourt options available at this stage of the draft for Brooklyn. Also a big as well. They got this pick. They got pick number 29 coming up. We'll see what they do. And the pick is in. They haven't announced it yet. How they had the graphic on the board, though, that was kind of misleading. Hey, what's good? Cole Curry, welcome to the stream here, man. Glad to have you be a part of the channel. I think after the first round is finished, I think they whiz by the second round. That's Day'Ron Sharpe. He's the big from UNC. What's good? Xavier in the stream, welcome in. Brooklyn's pick is in. Once again, Adam Silver takes to the mic. And the Nets select Cam Thomas, shooting guard from LSU. Wow. They're just going all in and just stacking the offense for Brooklyn. Let's go ahead and see if we can beat our offense for the rest of the teams. He can come in and he can drop 20 any day off the bench. It's just, wow. It's just been a stunning draft. This is on ABC. It's also on ESPN. I would take a look at ESPN probably if you're from the US, because I think ABC is supposed to stop coverage in a couple minutes. So this used to be okay, so this is Philadelphia's pick, and then Brooklyn's back on the board right after at 29. So a couple options here Philadelphia can go for. Reliable backup big that can help out either Bassey or Sharp. Or a player that can go get buckets. That can be a sharpshooter in the team. Miles McBride comes to mind. Still at this rate, Jared Butler is still on the board. This is just mind-boggling here. It's about 2.5 minutes on the draft board here for Philadelphia. Yeah, this is going to be either shooting or a backup big. Yeah, Jared Butler's a true leader. I can't believe that he's fallen all the way this back. So we are nearing the end of the first round, coming up very soon. We're also at the top of the hour, too. I think when we do get to the end of the first round, the second round goes by much faster. They do less time between picks. I think after that, they only have like an hour or so. So under a minute left to go for Philadelphia. They do have a couple backcourt options. McBride being one of the most notable. McBride, Butler. Or if they go big, it's either Bassey or Sharp. All right, pick is in. The whole clock went down for Philadelphia. They've yet to announce it. I just switched over to ESPN, so it might be a little bit behind or so. And now they're going to announce it. So Adam Silver takes the stand. Selection is in for Philadelphia. And they pick Jaden Springer, shooting guard from Tennessee. He actually had a really good season shooting from three-point range. Shot about 43%. Doesn't attempt many threes from the perimeter. But he plays with physicality. He's got hustle in the court. I was actually shocked to see him drop all the way back in a lot of draft boards to be back in this area. Late 20s. Yeah, it wasn't really like the name that came to mind for me when I thought about like a player that could come in off the bench and help out with sharpshooting or so. But I think it's probably because he didn't attempt much from three. That's probably why. He was high percentage, though, from three, but didn't really attempt that much. Dakota's pumped up for that, though. Yeah, second vote taken off the board. Keon Johnson went to the Clippers at 21. I might on Sunday. I'm not sure just yet. I'm probably going to be off all this weekend. So number 29, this is Brooklyn's pick. They traded earlier today with Phoenix, Landry Shamet, as he got traded over to the Suns, and then the Suns traded Javon Carter, and then they traded pick number 29 to Brooklyn. So this is Brooklyn's pick. They get their bench scoring now. Probably going to go for their big. It's probably going to be either Sharp or Bassey. So thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in tonight. If you're new in the stream, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Late night here. It's already past 11 o'clock at night. Really thank you guys for being a part in the channel for over 3 hours of me streaming coverage tonight. I remember the second round goes by so fast. So it will whip right by. Man, this is supposed to go to 12:30 in the morning. Wow. So we still got like another hour and 20, approximately. I mean, they're showing the graphic for Phoenix's pick. It's proposed trade with Brooklyn. This is going to be the Nets' pick. Phoenix doesn't have any picks. They traded away 29 today. There's a couple of teams that just don't have any picks. The Heat have 0 picks. The Mavs, the T-Wolves, Phoenix, and Portland. Yeah, it's late. The NFL draft, I remember the NFL draft it's crazy. Like I think they go to like 12:30 as well for the NFL draft. And the pick is in. Brooklyn selects Day'Ron Sharpe, center for North Carolina. So he does everything inside the interior. Elite rebounder, really good at tip-ins and putbacks for Day'Ron Sharpe. Freshman season at UNC, averaged around 9.5 points per game, over 7 rebounds per game. And he does everything inside. He doesn't attempt 3-point shots. So one more pick to the first round, and then I think time's going to speed up much faster. Utah with 4 minutes on the clock. They've got a ton of perimeter players on their team. Probably going to be more, maybe looking at a player at the 4 or so. JT Thor, potentially. Because they have enough sharp shooting on Utah altogether. A lot of the players in the draft board currently are all like point guards. Cooper, Butler, McBride, Dosunmu, David Johnson. Those all haven't been picked yet. JT Thor, the next available power forward. Wow, thanks so much for the update there, Dennis. Wow. Yeah, it doesn't shock me. I saw an article that said that Ben Simmons just hasn't had contact with the Sixers recently. And then we get into the second round right after this with Washington selecting first. They're going to have the pick from Milwaukee. So the Wizards got pick number 31. Wizards already took Corey Kispert at 15. and then it was Isaiah Jackson at 21, and then that pick, or 22, that pick was traded to Indiana. They got it's just been a lot going on for draft night or so. Wow. Okay, this pick has now been traded to Memphis. So back on the clock it goes. This is Memphis's pick now. So Memphis with under a minute left to go as this pick has been traded over to the Grizzlies. And this could be something that they're eyeing, some backup point guard help. Possibly. Of course, Jared Butler's been on the board for quite a long time. Ayo Dosunmu. He's another one. Memphis will have this pick, and they go for a player that nobody would have ever expected. Wow. Santi Aldama from the Patriot League. From Loyola, Maryland. In the first rounds. Wow. That says it all. Unreal. Only played 10. He played 17 games this past season. He played 10 games in his first season. 2 years at Loyola of Maryland in the Patriot League, and only played against Patriot League teams this past season. Wow. So they go after a big. They don't even pick up Charles Bassey. And they go after Santi Aldama. It's just mind-boggling. Wow. They played against us. So Lehigh played 17 games this season. They played against 6 teams total. They played all conference games. They played 6 games against Lafayette, 3 games against American, 4 games against Navy, 2 against Lehigh, and then 1 against Army and Colgate. Just absolutely crazy ending to this first round for the draft. Wow. Wow, Red Sox acquire Kyle Schwarber? Man, what a crazy day. Wow. It's unbelievable. You go from winning the World Series 2 years ago to going through a rebuild right now. The Red Sox in 2018, they won the World Series. 2 years later, last year, they were at the bottom of Major League Baseball, and now they're back at the top. It's just unbelievable, this draft. That I did not expect that. A player from the Patriot League going number 30 in the first round. What's good? Nero on the stream. Welcome in. I know, it's shocking. Well, the Knicks coming up at number 32, and they're going to need to draft a point guard. They put their first pick on the board, not even a draft by need with New York. They went for Quentin Grimes. What's good? Korean on the stream, welcome in. So it's all ball handlers at the top. Washington going to have the first pick coming out. So the Wizards, we recap here. They took Corey Kispert from Gonzaga at number 15. So they address scoring, perimeter shooting first. They did have another pick, and then that pick has been traded. So Isaiah Jackson was at 22, and then Indiana acquired that pick. And it was Aaron Holiday who went from Indiana to Washington. Yeah, definitely. And that's what's all on the board right now for the top players as point guards. So this pick was the Bucks at 31. Now it's Washington. So Cooper, Butler, McBride, top 3 available points on the board. Okay, this is now the Pacers pick. Proposed trade to... Thought it should be Washington. 1 second here. It's crazy. This is Isaiah Todd, the pick. At 30. This part of the draft goes by really fast. Because there's a couple moves here lately. The Knicks on the board now. Okay, that is the Wizards. Okay. So yeah, so just ESPN has the graphic wrong. It updates to be the Wizards. So that is the Wizards pick at 31. And now the Knicks on the board at 32. Man. And a lot of players just jumping out that, like... it's quite stunning. Cooper, Butler, McBride, DeSumo all on the board still. Charles Bassey still on the board as well. This is the Knicks, though, that they're in desperate need of a point guard. If they don't go If they don't go point guard here, there's just something obviously wrong. Scoring. Immediate scoring especially. Yep, waited for that pick number 45 to come through. Oh, it will come up closer and closer. The pick is already in for the Knicks. Okay, so Utah is at number 40 now on the draft board. As it is downpouring where I am. What's good, Steven? Welcome on the stream. So Josh Christopher got picked up at number 24 by Houston. The Knicks took Quentin Grimes at number 25. And then the really shocking pick was number 30, Memphis taking Santi Aldama from Loyola of Maryland in the Patriot League. That was just a shocking pick. Like, everybody was like, who in the world was that? The part about it is just, how in the world are you going to adjust to the NBA when you've played against 7 teams total, played 16 games? The pick is in for the Knicks, and they don't even go point guard. They take Jeremiah Robinson Earl at number 32. This is just a crazy draft. I mean, mistake after mistake after mistake. You have 3 point guards going to be free agents in the offseason. And you don't go after one in the draft. Wow. Yeah, Magic just going to get another steal here. Orlando's at number 33. Magic got Franz Wagner. That's ahead of time. They also got the steal with Jalen Suggs at 5, so they've picked at 5 and 8. Suggs at 5, a steal right in their hands, and then Franz Wagner at 8, early before Sacramento could get to them. The thing is, there's so many ball handlers on the board at this point. They do need scoring. Jared Butler, as well, as he can play off the ball too. He's not only a point, he's also a shooting guard as well. Pick is in for Orlando. So they are hitting on their picks already. This is their final pick currently. They have hit Suggs at 5, 8 with Wagner. And now a chance to potentially... They might be able to pick up Jared Butler here. Selection is in for the Magic, and they go with a bench point guard. A reach here with Jason Preston from Ohio. He made his name known that game in November around Thanksgiving against Illinois. Jason Preston went off. Well deserved for him. He goes from not even receiving like any scholarship offers to play at D1 besides Ohio to making his name known and going to the NCAA tournament and beating Virginia. Really solid playmaker for Jason Preston. And the Magic take him. And great feeling for him. That's amazing that his name gets called on draft night. Number 33 for Jason Preston. What's good, Yuri Geo? Welcome to stream. Celtics going to pick in a little bit. They pick up at 45. for Boston. And once again, the Thunder on the board. So 1 minute left in the draft board for Oklahoma City. They have taken today number 6, Josh Giddey, a point guard from Australia. They also picked up at number 18. Well, Giddey's a point guard and a shooting guard. They picked up another point guard with Trey Mann at 18. So at this point, the backcourt is pretty full. And that's what's been on the draft board right now. It's a bunch of point guards. Cooper, Butler, McBride still on the draft board. JT Thor, he makes the case interesting, as he is on the board. Potentially even small forward as well. What's good, Vaughn? Welcome to stream. If they do look to go to players at the 3, Joe Wieskamp, somebody who I've had my eye on for the Celtics. That would be quite a reach right now. Herb Jones from Alabama. Kessler Edwards from Pepperdine. So those are the picks. Okay, let's see. Yeah, thanks so much for keeping me guys in the update right now. Okay, so this is the Knicks pick actually. Alright, so this is the Knicks pick at number 34. That pick is up. Okay, and now the Magic have traded that pick to the Clippers for Jason Preston. So they just keep on acquiring more picks. So Oklahoma City 32 from the Knicks. Wow. Okay, so that is 32. And then, okay, so now that's 34. Okay. So, okay, so that is, yep, I got that. Yeah, it's crazy amount of trades we have on now in the 30s. Wow, they just came from break and didn't even go through what was going on. So now they're whizzing straight through. Okay, so this is the Knicks pick at 34. That's Rokas Sotubias from Lithuania. Wow. Now the Pelicans pick is in. So this is the part of the draft night where it starts to speed up. Yeah, it's just so many crazy picks. I can't believe that. This is the Pelicans pick at 35. It is in. And they select Herb Jones from Alabama. Pretty solid pick there. Helping out the defense for Herb Jones too. And Pelicans definitely need a ton of that. Yeah, this has been a crazy draft. So many players just slipping that we couldn't have like ever imagined. So this is a traded pick from Oklahoma City to New York. So the Knicks are on the board again. Knicks in this draft they had picks at 19 and 21. Then they started to trade down. They traded all the way down to 25. They picked up Quinn and Grimes in the reach at 25. They just picked up a player from Lithuania with Rokas Sotu Bias at 34. And now they have this pick at 36. As this pick is in for the Knicks. Nuggets picked up a really good player. They picked up Nashawn Highland from VCU. They picked up a scoring guard. He can get a ton of buckets. So that was a really nice pickup for Denver. This is a proposed traded pick from Oklahoma City to New York. So it's at this part of the draft that there's just so many trades that's happening. I heard about that. Wow. And the Big 12 just falling apart. Oh, wow. So, okay, so I just brought it up. According to ESPN, SEC looks like they unanimously voted to invite Texas and Oklahoma for the SEC now. Wow. That's just unfortunate for the Big 12 because it's just the conference is just falling apart. From a geographical standpoint, West Virginia didn't really make to be a fit in the Big 12 because they travel more than any other team in all college basketball for a power conference team. They should be in the ACC right now. Even like the SEC too, because I think they're around like 5 hours away from Kentucky, but that'd be like the northeast part of the SEC. Probably the ACC will be better. And the Knicks finally pick up a point guard. Miles McBride from West Virginia. So finally they hit on their point guard. So that is the solid pick that the Knicks were hoping for. That they got. Pistons on the board picking up Cade Cunningham at number 1. Second pick for Detroit tonight. Number 37. I'm looking at who's available. It's all backcourt players at this point. It's only like one main big available on the board. All right, pick is in. They go for JT Thor from Auburn. Solid pick there. Now just watching to see where his teammate from Auburn will go to. He was one of the only front court options like on the board, basically. There's a couple others. Petrushev still on the board. What's good? Random comments. Welcome to the stream. I think he'll probably be in the 40s, most likely. Okay, this is going to be Charlotte's pick. So that's Charlotte's pick at 37. And now they took off the graphic about Chicago on the board. Yeah, Io's still on the board. Sharif Cooper and Jared Butler. This is just stunning. I go Jared Butler. Jared Butler and then Sharif Cooper. Ayo Dosunmu. Charles Bassey. Yeah, that's a terrific pick. What a steal for Chicago. Ayo Dosunmu. Keeping at home in Illinois. He's pretty solid in all areas. I can't believe he's fallen all the way back to 38. It's just because he's one of the older players or so. He played 3 seasons of college hoops, and the upside isn't as much as the younger players. But still, he improved tremendously this year, especially with a 3-ball. Sacramento up next, number 39. So Ayo Dosunmu, born and bred in Chicago, stays at home. Went to high school in Chicago. And plays for his hometown team. What an honor there. What's good, Michael? Welcome to stream. So probably some front court and defense right here for Sacramento inside. The pick is in for Sacramento. So this is the Kings' last pick on the board tonight. They picked up Davion Mitchell in the draft. And that was back in number 9. We still got a long way to go. We still got 20 more picks left after this one. They still haven't announced the pick just yet. Yeah, it's crazy. Sharif Cooper, Jared Butler, still on the draft boards. Selection is in for Sacramento. They take Namias Queta, center from Utah State. So Charles Bassey just keeps on being slept on the draft board. He's yet to be picked. This is Utah's pick coming up next. This was the Pelicans at number 40. Now it's gone to the Jazz. And the pick is in. So this is Utah's first pick tonight. Utah was supposed to be at 30. They traded their pick away to Memphis, which Memphis picked up Santi Aldama from Loyola, Maryland. What's good, Pablo? Welcome to stream, man. Yeah, that was big earlier today. Jazz selection is in, and they will take Jared Butler from Baylor. National championship. Most outstanding player to NCAA tournaments. And finally, he goes off the draft board. Long waited and just slept on throughout this whole NBA draft. It's crazy. Bradley's pumped up for that. Man, what a pick for Utah. So they will keep on rocking with their perimeter. Number 1 3-point shooting team this season in makes. And they go after a player here who can just be lethal in catch and fire situations. Elite shooter. Two-way player. Scrappy defender as well. I have no clue how in the world you get dropped back all the way to 40. Absolute steal indeed. San Antonio on the board at 41. Josh Primo they reached for all the way up to number 12. This is their final pick here at 41. It's probably going to be like a random player or so, like Johan Bagarin from Guadalupe or something. Couple of international players yet to go off the board. Filip Petrušev from Serbia. He played at Gonzaga. And then he decided to go overseas this past season, play in Serbia. Was named the league MVP in Serbia. Rens Blainberg from Belgium on the board. Amar Silla from Senegal. These are a couple international players. And this will be San Antonio's pick as it is in. Oh, looks like the Blazers getting into the mix. They have just acquired a number 43 pick from the Pelicans. So Portland now onto the list at 43. They didn't have a draft pick. Dallas still yet to have a draft pick tonight, same as the Heat. And also Minnesota. And the pick is in, and the Spurs take Joe Wieskamp. Shooting guard from Iowa. And that was one of the players I was really eyeing for the Celtics to take. He had a great season at Iowa. He scored around 14 per game. 46% from three-point range. That is impressive. And he had scores all around him. So it's not like he was the one who carried the team, averaging 14 per game. Of course, he had Luka Garza on his team. And he was still able to score 14 per game, even with Garza on the team. Pistons in the draft board. Hey, what's good, Mike? Thanks so much for being a part here. BTS in the stream. Welcome on board. Couple players yet to be picked so far. Joel Ayayi. He's yet to be picked up. And the Pistons will pick up Isaiah Livers. Small forward from Michigan. Good pick. So he stays at home too. So he is the second Big Ten player. I would assume who stays in Illinois playing for his hometown team, the Bulls. And then staying in state, Isaiah Livers. And the Blazers getting into the action here. They're going to pick at number 43. Yeah, Luka Garza is still available. I was really interested in the Celtics picking up Charles Bassey. I can't believe that he's fallen all the way back now to the 40s, and it's 2 more picks, and then Boston's on the board. I know he had an injury during his sophomore season, had to miss a ton of time, but still, he came back in a terrific fashion this past season and put up some big numbers. If he's still on the board at 45, that's who the Celtics should try to reel in, Charles Bassey. Because he was projected on a lot of draft boards to be like early second rounds. The pick is in. This is a pick for Portland now. And the Blazers will go with Greg Brown from Texas. He was another player who just had his draft stock just bumped down. He was a top 10 recruit coming out of high school. Didn't play many minutes at Texas, but when he did, he was explosive. He's a terrific finisher at the rim. Only played around 20 minutes this past season. Athletic player for Greg Brown. Nets on the board again, just stacking their offense so far. So they went offense, then they went inside. Cam Thomas they took at 27. Day'Ron Sharpe at 29. BJ Boston to the Boston Celtics. Oh boy. I think this is probably going to be... This might be point guard. Yeah, this is where Cooper might go. Cooper, David Johnson, Dacian Nix. All right, this pick is in for Brooklyn. And the Brooklyn Nets select Kessler Edwards from Pepperdine. That is helpful there to know that the Celtics will not be taking him. Because it was a lot of articles I was going through had pointed out Kessler Edwards, or so I wasn't too high on him myself. It's more so from the competition standpoint that he played in. As he put up some big numbers at Pepperdine, but then the teams that he played against, I looked back at what teams you play against in the WCC, it's not too impressive. And then when the big game showed up against other teams, he happened to struggle. So yeah, I'm projecting Charles Bassey, some physicality to the Celtics. Some interior toughness. Of course, they do need some more bench scoring, too. Bassey still on the board. Filip Petrusev. He was a star out in Serbia this past season. So I'm awaiting for this pick, of course. Some DJ. We will see. It's been long awaited for Sharif Cooper. Of course, still awaiting for Sharif Cooper. Kind of a reach to take Matthew Hurt. He'll probably go in the 50s. Pick is in for the Celtics. Here we go. Just awaiting. All right, here we go. Selection for the Celtics. And they go after an international player. Eugen Bagarin from Guadalupe. This ought to be interesting. And this is very interesting. I didn't see much from him, so I'm interested to see what they could do. It says physical tools on there. Celtics definitely need physicality. I'll take it right there. So, according to ESPN, he was the third best available player. Eugen Bagarin from Guadalupe. Interesting. It's like when N'Keal Harry's name got announced a few years ago for the draft for the Patriots. It's like everybody was like, who is that? He's from France, 18 years old. A shooting guard out of France. There's not much about him. Alright, so Toronto now on the board. Sharif Cooper. Cooper, David Johnson. So this might most likely has to be a point guard at this spot. Yeah, 46 and 47. These are Toronto's picks. Here's number 46. Whoa. And Toronto picks a player from Nebraska. Delano Banton. Wow. With all the college basketball coverage that I've covered, I've actually, of course, never covered a Nebraska game before. Probably out of all the power conference teams, I was the least familiar with Nebraska out of like any team this past season in college hoops. Wow. This is just a draft of all shockers. The pick is in again for Toronto. They're back on the board. What's good? Joey on the stream. Welcome in. Still on the board waiting for them. Sharif Cooper. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I know more of the roster for San Francisco when I covered them. Than what Nebraska had. And they picked David Johnson from Louisville, so he goes off the board. Bradley's happy about that. David Johnson to Toronto, and Sharif Cooper just keeps on getting overlooked. What's good, Steven on the stream? Welcome in. Glad to have you back at the channel. Thanks so much, man. I heard about that. Some big day going on for trades. So back on the clock for the Hawks. Sharife Cooper, kind of similar style to Trae Young. He has a mid-range game, can get to the free throw line quite a bit for Cooper. And wouldn't that be something? Backup point for Atlanta. It's on their hands now for the Hawks at number 48. What's good, Ariana? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new in the channel, make sure to hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. We're past midnight now on the East Coast. You're a freshman going into college. Best of luck there, man. When I went to college, I got like a ton of work when I was in college, I remember. So it's a lot more work than high school. Yeah, Alan, excited for this one if it does come true with Sharife Cooper. This will be a terrific pickup. That pick is just handed to them. It's the best player available on the board. What's good? TD in the stream, welcome in. I think it was a tough night for the first two picks. I like the pick though with Miles McBride at 36. He can provide scoring and defense for New York. Backup point guard for Atlanta, that's at the top of their needs. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's because when you go from high school to college, you start fresh and nobody knows you. So it doesn't really matter if you're popular in high school because you get a fresh start at college with a bunch of new faces. What's good, SB? Thanks so much for being a part of the stream. Atlanta on the board, number 48. And there we go. Finally off the draft board, Sharife Cooper. What a fit. To back up Trae Young for the Hawks. Kind of a similar style of play that they both have. Cooper's got excellent vision. He gets everybody involved in the game. Great pick and roll point guard. I cannot believe that he lasted all the way to the 48th pick. Absolute steal right there for the Hawks. Brooklyn back on the board at 49. The Nets tonight picking quite a bit. Kessler Edwards at 44. He is from Pepperdine. Daron Sharp, they got a big from North Carolina at 29. And then they picked up at 27, Cam Thomas. Going out for bench scoring in their offense from LSU. Yeah, Luka Garza definitely deserves to be drafted. He's probably going to go in the 50s somewhere. Yeah, what a steal, man. He was supposed to be a first-round pick. This is probably going to be a player like Dacian Nix, possibly. Maybe like a chance type of player in this situation. And then Brooklyn's back on the board once again at number 59. So the picks just keep on coming for the Nets. So they get this pick at 49. They have a pick at 59. Just waiting for the Nets pick coming up here. I think it usually ends around 12:30 or so. So we have about 17 minutes left. We're a little bit behind. This pick is in. They will go for Marcus Zegarowski from Creighton. That's quite a jump. Good for him that he got drafted. They're going to go strictly for three-point shooting. Pure shooter for Marcus Zegarowski. Two-time All-Big East player. Played 4 seasons at Creighton. Good for him, though, that he gets drafted. They just keep on loading with their offense. I mean, they just came into this draft tonight, and they're trying to make their offense as stacked as possible that they forget to pick up defense or so. And that they'll just go for another bench score there with Zegarowski. Welcome to Lily on the stream. Sorry to hear that there. All right, Philly on the clock now. Number 50. They took Jaden Springer, their first pick at number 28. Backup big man Charles Bassey is still on the draft board here at number 50. Ooh. Just saw the comment here. Scottie Barnes, Ben Simmons with a jumper. I heard something as far as the comparison. I think it was from ESPN. They had compared Scottie Barnes to a smaller Giannis with kind of like a same jumper or so. Yeah, there's so much potential there for Scottie Barnes. It's just the big question is what he's going to develop into offensively. Yeah, I heard about that. Oklahoma and Texas are in the SEC. Sixers pick is in. All right, Philadelphia's pick being announced right now. And they will go the power forward here, 7-footer, Filip Petrushev. Played 2 seasons at Gonzaga, then he played overseas in Serbia. Not a bad pick there. He can also shoot the 3 ball as well for a 7-foot big man. He was the player of the year over in Serbia this past season. That's a solid pickup for Philadelphia, because I bet you if Petrushev had still played at Gonzaga, he'd be getting like a lot more like exposure, recognition. He'd probably be moved up in this draft. Not often that you get a 7-footer that can shoot threes at a clip of 40%. So that is something to thrive upon right there for the Sixers. Perimeter shooting. And they just got one with a big. Memphis. So this is Memphis now for New Orleans. So this is a Pelicans pick at 51. This could be potentially where Bassie could possibly land. So maybe some backup big man presence here. And this pick for the Pelicans will be Brandon Boston Jr. So he gets picked at 51. There's a lot of potential there for Boston. Just wasn't showing his freshman season at Kentucky. But a lot of potential, especially when it comes to scoring. Hey, thanks so much, Ethan, for being a part here, man. Have a nice night. Yeah, it's getting to be a late night. We got 8 picks left to go, 10 minutes away from 12:30 at night where I am. What's good, Keith? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, Charlotte had a pretty solid draft. And they got 2 more draft picks, I believe, coming up. Pistons, with their pick, it is in. And the Pistons know what they're building. Luka Garza. National Player of the Year. Center from Iowa. Good to see he's taken off the draft board. We were wondering if Luka would get drafted. And that is so good to see there. He deserves to be drafted, and look at that. He gets picked up. Number 52 by the big man. Luka Garza going to Detroit. No, this is not my longest video ever. I covered a NASCAR race that was like 6 hours last year when there was like no sports going on. That was the Coke 600. There was like an hour rain delay. Yeah, that was when there was nothing else going on. Oh, that pick. So that pick for New Orleans has just been acquired by the Clippers. So that pick switches over to the LA Clippers now that they got for Brandon Boston. I'm going to see if anything changes. I think we've caught up on everything. It was crazy around the 30s with like a bunch of draft trades around the 30 mark. Okay, so this is the Sixers here. So this is not the Pelicans pick anymore. So this is Philadelphia's pick at number 53. And the pick is in. Yeah, that was a crazy long day. Only thing that I could think of that's probably longer than the Coke 600 besides like ridiculous long tennis matches or so. That would be the NFL draft that Saturday with the NFL draft. I never covered that before, but the NFL draft is longer. They usually start an hour earlier too than the first day, than the entire first 2 rounds for the NBA. That first round for the NFL draft is just crazy. 10 minutes between picks. Hey, thanks so much, Elena, for being a part of the stream. That's awesome. So, oh, great to see U.S. against Mexico on Sunday in the Gold Cup final. And that pick is Charles Bassey. They get a steal all the way back at 53 for Bassey. There must have been some like serious injury concerns going there with Bassey because he cleared it up. He was fine this past season. And he is a traditional big. Really good shot blocker, elite rebounder, averaged a double-double at Western Kentucky. And he played well whenever they had the opportunity to play against like higher conference teams. He was able to shine in those games. The Pacers here at number 54. Picks going by quick. It looks like Indiana's going to get pick at number 60 as well. So they have one more on the board. Selections in for the Pacers, and they select Sandro Mamukelashvili from Seton Hall. He had a solid season. They go for Mamu. Good to see from Mamu getting drafted in the back. Phoenix's pick got traded to Brooklyn. There was a trade today. It was Javon Carter who got traded from Phoenix to Brooklyn, and then Phoenix received Landry Shamet. And then the Suns sent their 29th pick away. So we got a couple more picks remaining. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. There's a couple teams that didn't have a draft pick tonight. The Mavs, no draft picks for Dallas, no draft picks either for Miami, and then Minnesota had no draft picks either. And then Phoenix. And then Portland didn't have a pick, and then they moved up to 43. And that's where they took Greg Brown. Yes, Lily. So final pick tonight for OKC. They've had a pretty interesting draft, taking 3 international prospects. International way to... It's been the way that they've been able to build up and close the gap between the U.S. and international basketball, like we've been seeing past few weeks or so with the USA versus international teams. And this is who they took tonight. They're gonna have pick number 6 coming up in this draft. Josh Giddey from Australia. The Thunder took at number 6. And then they took from Turkey, Alperen Sengun, a big at number 16. Trey Mann from Florida at number 18. Rokas Sotubias at number 34 from Lithuania. Miles McBride at number 36 from West Virginia. And now they're going to have the 55th pick. Hey, thanks so much for the update, Anthony. Yeah, it's been a ton of trades tonight with teams moving places. So Phoenix didn't pick tonight. Aaron Wiggins, terrific defensive player in Maryland. He shut down James Bouknight in the tournament. And he gets picked here for OKC. Three and D type of player from Maryland goes off the board for the Thunder. Almost towards the end, this will be Charlotte's pick at 56. Golden State don't have any more picks. So it's just it's the last 5, and then that's it. So there's Charlotte, Detroit, the Knicks, the Nets, and then Pacers. Close it out at 60. Yeah, really appreciate everybody for joining on the stream today. We're past 12:30 in the morning. Quite a late night here. What's good, Cat Kid? Welcome to stream. Thanks so much for the sub, Karina. So Charlotte runs on the time. Their pick is in. I think it's going to go for like another 10 minutes probably, and that's it. Because we're towards the very end. There's only 5 more picks left. We're probably like another 10-15 minutes. Hey, have a nice night, man. Just trying to get caught up right now because they took off the board. They took it off. Okay, that pick for Indiana, that was traded to Milwaukee. So the Bucks had 54. So they got Sandro Mamakhalashvili. And Charlotte selects Scottie Lewis at number 56. Wow, so it is shocking that Scottie Lewis is able to get picked up. He played 2 seasons of college basketball at Florida. He was a really highly rated recruit. Top 10 recruit coming out of high school 2 seasons ago. And he just never really lived up to expectations for Florida. And he gets picked up at 56 by Charlotte. This pick will be... Right now it's labeled Charlotte. I believe it's going to be the Pistons pick, though, at 57. I've got Detroit on my end. Yeah, it's the Pistons. Yeah, so that means Milwaukee will get 60 from Indiana. So Milwaukee's got the last pick. Yeah, have a nice night, everybody. Glad to have you guys be a part of the stream. Looks like the Pistons will go big here. They're going to take Bossa Kopsa-Risa from Florida State. They take a 7-footer for Detroit. So we're basically getting near the end. Yeah, it's already past 12:30. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning. Few more picks and then it's always a long night on draft night. All right, Knicks on the draft board here, 58. All right, the pick is in for the Knicks. Wow, this is longer than last year. It's almost 1 in the morning. Wow. All right, so this is Jericho Sims from Texas. That is the third player from Texas that has been drafted tonight. Kai Jones, Greg Brown, and now Jericho Sims at number 58. So 2 more picks remaining, and that'll be a wrap. Hey, really appreciate it, Jessica, for being a part of the stream tonight. Yeah, we got 2 more picks, and that'll be it for tonight. This one way later than usual, though. I think last year they stopped at like 12:30. Really appreciate it, all 55 plus watching now. If you're new in the channel, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, ring that notification bell before I do sign off tonight. Yeah, hopefully well. Yeah, hopefully Luka does well for the Knicks. I thought that Matthew Hurt would have been drafted somewhere in the 50s. There's only 2 picks left. What's good, Alejandro, on the stream? Welcome in. He's happy about Russ getting traded to LA. All right, this pick is in for Brooklyn. And it is Raekwon Gray from Florida State. And that means there's just one more player remaining. Hey, what's good, Vaughn? Welcome to the stream, man. One more pick left to go, and then that'll be a wrap for tonight. Yeah, I thought they'd go for more offensive players for the Knicks, especially early on their first 2 draft picks. Yep, David Duke is going to go undrafted. And the Bucks will select the player from Greece. Georgios Kalidazakis from Greece. Greece is the last player on the draft board. So it wasn't Giannis's brother Alex. Wow. Crazy. So I'm just going to confirm right here because we're a little bit behind the actual TV feed. I saw that via a tweet with Shams who put that out. Just to make sure it goes through, and it is confirmed in just a moment to make sure. Hey, thanks so much, TD, for being a part of the stream here, man. So this is a Pacers pick that is traded to the Bucks at number 60. So what a night here for the NBA draft. It's quite a night with a lot of players that we did not expect to be picked this high, and it continued all throughout. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for being a part. Have a nice night here. We're just making sure. I'm going to confirm this one when the TV shows it, when the pick is in. Yep, it is Georgios Kalidazakis from Greece, as he will go to the Bucks. That is the final pick here of the draft. Thanks so much, everybody, for being a part of the stream tonight. Before you do sign off, hit the thumbs up, spike the like, hit the subscribe. Going to close out to the channel members. Before you do wrap up, we have Jack Jason Bourne, Raven, the sports expert Ahino Josa, Christian, Dave, Aaron, Superman, Manon Hades, Dennis, Russell, Stephanie, Ran, Mark, John, Old Ed Deuce, D-Block, Cindy, Paul, Woody, Rajib, Oscar, Isaiah, RJR Football Fan 2.0, CW2K, LKN GFR 90, Kit Lorenz, BP Greg, Magic, Bino, Melvin Lee, Jay, Caden, TGU, Keith, Steven, James, Oreo Pudding, Adam, Mr. Mundre, Barco, Jacob, Abdurrahman, Kelly, Mike, Rashad, Alden, Jessica, Dawn, Maurice, and Pamela. Thank you guys so much for being a part here on the stream. And that was quite a night, one thing for sure. I'm probably going to be out around most of the weekends or so. I'm probably going to be out. I'll probably be back early next week, most likely, for you guys for some more streams or so. But thanks so much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night. That was quite the long night. And happy draft night. That was quite the night with all the trades and everything going down. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.